Okay, welcome. Hello everyone. Welcome to this stream. We're gonna have a bit of a chill stream today. I'm feeling chill today. I hope you do too. So, welcome. Let's just do some sound design and we'll see where we end up. I found a couple of Max for Life devices that I have been playing around with. There's a couple of interesting ones. I might as well show one of them that I found because that one is actually pretty helpful. If you know, there's now the new distortion in Ableton, right? The distortion called the roar. And you've got this feedback mode, right? Which is quite nice. You can sort of like tune it to a note, but it's quite annoying because you have to automate this. There's not really a way to easily get it in tune, for instance, or anything like that. Well, that is until I found a Max for Life device. So let's see. Let me what should we do here? Should we just grab... Let's just grab a serum. I'm gonna have to tweak the volume real quick because otherwise it's gonna... Microphone. Put it down a bit. And let's just grab like, I don't know, like some detuned saw waves, something like that. And we'll just put a MIDI clip in here. That's pretty long, but let's see. I still have the key of B minor in my mind, in my head, because that's what I've been playing with the entire week. So let's just, I don't know, we'll just, oh, that's pretty high. Let's go down. I want to see what we can do with that feedback real quick. We'll just do something really simple for now, something like that. So if we grab roar, let's see, and we put it on the note mode here, we get this thing now, so we can set this to any note, for instance. So let's say C sharp, and then you get that resonance, right? But you have to automate it for like everything, basically. Is this a rare no head stream? I guess so, yeah. I got a haircut today, so... let's see. Yeah, so there's this Max for Life device called RR by IFTA. Basically, let me... let me just search it real quick. RR by... There we go. I'll just drop the link in the chat. So there's this Max for Life device. And what this will do is it will basically grab MIDI and then link it up to the last roar in whatever chain or whatever track you're putting this on. So you can't, I don't think you can use it if you have like multiple roars and you want to have like two different key track things or something. I don't think that will work. But if you have one roar, for instance, you can just chuck this in front of it. And then if we have another track, and let's just chuck this here for now. And I don't know, let's do that. And then we go there. Why not? Then we go here. And then we just repeat that. There we go. So now we can go in here and we can select track 15 and just, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Do that. So now this will automatically key track to this track. Which is quite nice. So we're now basically key tracking the feedback mode here. So we can still do everything in here. And obviously this is just a detuned saw wave, but might go into the mic. Let me drop that down a bit more. So that's just a little device that I found, and I was like, oh, that's actually pretty nice, because I was like, I don't know why they didn't add something like that in here, because that would have been so helpful, just a key tracking module or key tracking switch or something, or just a MIDI input, like being able to have like a MIDI input into the feedback module is basically what it needs. So this is just a device that kind of adds that, which is quite nice. I found one more device. What was that one again? That one was also really weird and interesting. Let's see. What was that again? Let's actually leave this on. Why not? Let's just leave it on. I found another device. Where did I save it? Let's see. Oh, there. Okay. What could we do something with? Let's see. Let's grab... let's grab something from Contact. Some brass or something, I don't know. I could just... Yeah, cool. Let's put something on here. I guess we can just grab another roar, why not? Chuck that on there. Let's make another track. We're not really looking at these tracks right now, we're just looking at these bottom two. Let's add an operator or something in there. So I found this device called Audio Rate Automation, and it looks like this. And you can just map this to anything. So let's just do, I don't know, the amount right here. And we can do left and right, doesn't really matter because there's no stereo, but whatever. And we can maybe decrease that a bit. So now what this will do is it will basically take the audio from this and use that as a modulator on this knob right here. So we're basically doing audio rate modulation now with this operator. So if I solo this one, is it working? Don't think it is for some reason. Oh yeah, of course, we need to fucking add a note. There we go. So this knob is now basically moving at the rate of this sub bass, of this sine wave here. That's just a sine wave. So we can also, if you can hear it even more, if I start tuning this one, let's say bring it down 12. See, so it's just using the audio as a modulator. If we change the shape of it, you can hear we're now getting a ramp down so like shape. So that's pretty sick. Now I wish Ableton had a native device for this, because this is really powerful. Because now you can just do audio rate automation, so like basically with anything, which is kind of nice. There's one issue though. The device is listed on the Max for Live website, on the Max for Live database website, but the download for it is version 1.0, and that version for some reason does not want to load in Ableton for me. But I went to the Gumroad page of the creator, and you can download it there for free. And then you get version 1.0.1, and that one does load. So that's just a little heads up. But it's a really nice little thing, because you could basically just use it to distort something without kind of distorting the bass and the other layer together. You can just distort just, for instance, the high layer and leave the sub clean. So, for instance, let's say you have a clean sub like this. Maybe we have, let's bring it up, and let's just add a little bit of an extra harmonic or something. So we have like that kind of a sub, something like that. Then we can just, and let's say we have like a some kind of a mid-range sound. Right now it's already modulating, of course, but let's just do that for now. Let's say we have a sound and we're like, I would like to make that sound sort of like respond to the sub, but I don't want to create extra harmonics on the sub. Then you could use this device, for instance, and just modulate something on the distortion to create that sort of like response to the sub bass, even though they're not distorted together, which is kind of nice. Because if we now start adding this again, the sub just stays clean. I mean, at some point it does start to create some harmonics, I think, in the sub. See? Like if we go up quite a bit. But you can hear it starts doing some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, if we start using the bias, then it starts creating the low harmonic as well. So we could even just use that as the sub bass, I guess. Look, it just creates a low harmonic anyway. And I guess with the other modes we get something else. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. What do just the low frequencies sound like when you push that? No idea. Haven't really checked. But you can see how this could be pretty interesting to use. Not sure what that sounds like if we push that. Let's first just low pass it, see what we get. I mean, it's pretty wide. But it's mostly mono still. There's like some stuff in the sides, but not everything. It's more in the center, so it is actually kind of usable. But like, just being able to modulate that with the sub is kind of nice. Because you can do all kinds of stuff. And like I said, you don't really have to necessarily use the sub itself. You could also have like a different channel, like I did before, and then you can go even lower. You can have like a regular sub, and then something even below that that creates that kind of a shape. I guess. We could go up. Get like FM stuff. I guess at some point it's gonna go so quick that it's not gonna change that much, because Ableton probably can only do so much, you know. It probably can't do it. Well, it's probably gonna at some point gonna max out, right? In terms of how fast it can modulate something. I think, at least. Sounds brassy. Well, I mean, it makes sense because the original sound that you hear is a brass sound, so I mean that kind of makes sense. Oh, okay. That's also pretty nice. That is... There's just some kind of smoothing. Okay. But yeah, it's like an interesting little device that can definitely be helpful. I also saw that there were new updates for the... I already showed these a while ago, but there's somebody who basically made all the Live 12 modulators and just remade them so that when you... Oh, that's one of the old ones. I still need to remove that one. But like, he remade all of these, and now you can sort of like click and automate these values, which is kind of neat. Because on the original ones you cannot automate these values. So if you have like something mapped and you, for instance, want to increase that over time, you could sometimes still do it by using this gain knob and sort of like playing around with that, or I don't know, using a volume control before it so that it kind of gets quieter first and then ramps up. Or but it would always be sort of like a hack. Now you can just right click this and just automate it, which is so much easier. So, but that's just... I think you just need to search for Live 12 modulators or something like that, and they're also free. Oh, what did I do? Change my DPI. How the fuck did I do that? There we go. Anyways, what do we want to do today? What do we want to make? Let's I was making a bit of a bass this afternoon. Bit of a rhythmic thing. Let's see. Was it this one? I think it was this one. Let's just use that. So F sharp. That could probably work in the key of B, because then it's the fifth of B. So what should we do with it? Let's just make some drums. Or oh, there is already some drums. Okay, let's just use those. what they sound like. Kinda works. If I like that. Maybe just doing it on cake and then we'll find something else. What kind of pattern are we gonna do? I need my headphones for this, I can't hear it. There we go, that's better. Ah, yeah, now I can hear it. We can also. How did I make? Okay, so we just have that. Guess we could make that a one shot. And just. Actually, it sounded better with the other thing. I guess because it's then, you know, it's just running. That. Thinking what kind of pattern I would like to do with this bass. Ooh. Now I kind of want to use it just as a step. That could also work. Then we can just set this to one shot. Use it as a step and then have like something layered on top of it or something, but sounds kind of cool. Order. Little bit of release. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling just making some atmosphere and leading up into here a little bit so that we can hear what vibe we're gonna get. Yo, welcome. What you all been up to this week? Tell me your wild stories. I'll load some stuff up, and I've also started making a sample pack. We could also do some stuff for that. That might be cool. I've started working on a sample pack that is basically gonna be a pack full of just sort of like little melodic ideas with, well, that consist of like a few different layers, usually like 2 to 5-ish, something like that. And it is basically just something that you can use sort of like as a starting point, and you can just throw one of the loops in there or a couple of them and just use that as something to get started with. So I made like a bunch of just things like this, basically, and there's just multiple layers. And I made like a few of them already. And then when you go into the folders, you will get like the individual layers, so you will get like all the individual sort of like things it's made up of, and you can then just use pieces of that and make a tune. Work and then going home to do other work, coding up some stuff. Nice. No, but just some stuff with like little ideas, just some weird shit in there. Still need to make a lot more. But just like some cool. You can just grab whatever you like and just start using it, I guess. What is this? There's also a chord progression file in here for some reason. What is that? It says B Dorian, which is kind of... Oh, I guess I made that one and I thought I need to make one with that. What does this chord progression sound like? What do you sound like? Major chords. Not really sure if that's the vibe for what we want to do with that bass sound. But hey, let's just we're gonna start with something else. We're gonna, let's see. Let's just grab. one. Should we turn it into some atmosphere real quick? Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Oh yeah, it's of course gonna do that when I move the notes. Just turn that off, then we don't get that. Yeah, that's nice. Let's grab some reverb. Big reverb, probably. So I also did a new rack. I haven't released it yet. It will be part of the new, the next update to the Ableton Racks pack, which could be the next pack, or it could be there could be one pack first on Patreon. I think I'll have the wavetables done first, and then the new Ableton Racks. But I made one, which is basically just OTT, but then basically split up, so that you have the upwards compression and the downwards compression separate. So by default, this is gonna do a lot of stuff, but let me just make a little thingy in here. We are in technically B minor, so let's make a little... What is this sound? I guess I want to have something more staccato. Yeah, sure. Not sure what kind of pattern we're gonna do, but let's just add something and we'll start playing with it. So this is basically just OT, but then split up, so you have separate amounts and times for the downwards and the upwards compression. Instead of just having one for both. Pattern sounds like shit, but that would be. Let's go with. That. Let's also add a little bit of a bass real quick so that we can do some stuff and kind of hear what we get in terms of like harmony. Da, 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 da. So, see, that's the key we're in. That works. E should work. A should work. Kinda. F sharp should work. D? Guess also works. So, got a couple of options. Now in the bass that I have here, kind of sounds best in F sharp or around that sort of like key. Kind of go a little bit lower. Sidechain as well. Off. But at some point, like it starts. Like that doesn't really sound too good. That kind of still works, but it sounds best around this sort of like range. So, thinking. Let's see. And hearing it end with that, which should lead perfectly into that, of course. It's the same note. What would that be? I guess D major? That could work. Having if the bass would be G here, then this would be the 7th of G. So that would be kind of nice, and then it falls so like into F sharp for the bass, but then like that F sharp is already there. So do something with that. Kind of a chord progression are we gonna do? What if we end with G? What if we just do oh, that's really fucking slow. What if that is our so like bass in the intro? What if we do that? Like this would be playing F sharp and B, not C sharp, so that we can kind of get like the B minor sound instead of like, or if we add like something with a D in there somewhere, it would be even better. If this, oh, that is playing a D, that melody thing, so that together creates a B minor chord, but then with F sharp in the bass. That could be cool. Let's see if we can hear that. Let's just see what. Don't like this though, but yeah, that might work. That might work. That on. That. Tempted to just get a long note and then just have this free running because that just makes things easier. Or free running, just triggered by the note. To make it a lot easier to play with the pattern than having like a bunch of individual notes. Even if I just re-trigger it, it also kind of re-triggers the phase, so it does sound of. Sometimes you can kind of hear it re-triggered. How you can kind of not, but there you can. Sometimes obviously because the pattern also isn't aligned, but there you can kind of still hear that it re-triggers for some, very subtly. Let's see what we... do we have some... Huh. Sixteenths. I mean, it's not exactly a little bit swung. Let's just do that. Just off that track. How can we make this one a little bit more weirder? Maybe grab the vocoder. Then on modulator mode, maybe. Enhance. Enhance. We need more weirdness. Let's see. Maybe disperser. Chuck that in here as well. I guess we can maybe chuck maybe erosion. Why not? Yeah, the heads are kind of cool. So I'm kind of thinking, what if we use that? It just needs to be more like dirty and weird. If you get what I mean. I don't know. Oh, why not? Just set that to 1/2. Sure. Ramp down, maybe. I wish we would see this move, but I guess we don't. Ah, there we go. I know they're getting too loud, but we need to make these a bit shorter. Go in here, beats mode. What if we make them really short? Okay. What if we we add hybrid reverb in here and make it really short? Oh, wait, we're still just want to have the convolution. But we can get rid of that, we don't really need it. I'm not sure if I like that. Let's leave them a little bit longer. Okay. Guess we could. I mean, it is moving, we just don't see it here, but... Let's grab maybe a transient shape here. See if that works. Yo, where my transient shape is? Right here. Try this one. Guess we can put it under here, so that it's not creating like any weird low end. Normally I quite like what this one does, but on this sound... bit much. Maybe a little bit. Snare is also really shit, but let's just see if we can make this one good. There's a bit of a louder head on the first. Let me just do this. Probably gonna have to work on that a lot, but it'll do for now. Kinda works. Kilohertz distortion, use a little bias maybe. That could be, yeah, we could try that. I always keep forgetting that that one has a bias control as well. Oh, we're on the... It already, because this is pretty loud, it already does something right now. Even though, well, I guess there's already a bit of drive, but... Actually not sure if I like that on this. No, not really doing much for me. We can just do that maybe. Sure, why not? It's open. Let's see, so we could do something with this, like, we could have this bass do similar thing as well, because we can just have like some kind of a drop with, we're probably gonna need like a top layer for this that we're gonna be able to automate or something. Something that makes it interesting. And we're gonna probably need more kicks. We could so like switch this up a little bit and then do something here with that kind of thing, then go back into here. Maybe. It's now sidechaining a lot because it's sidechaining to all those snares. Let me just turn you off for now. Could actually do something with that, maybe. Cool pattern. Sure if the bass is gonna be right for that, but let's see. Should I? No, I'm not. Too much. Do this. What happens if we distort these two together? See. Probably make this one a bit quieter. It's weird, but that's kind of what we want, right? Okay, that's really weird. Basically just takes sound out. Probably creating a lot of low end as well. Yeah. We're not gonna make up-tempo kicks. That's not my cup of tea. It's not really what I'm good at anyway. Yeah, I'm going bald, mate. Can't you see it? It just spontaneously fell out. Welcome, Budni. I'm obviously kidding, but... The cat grew out. I have really not been... I've been so busy with work this week, I just have not been working on music, so that's why I said today is just a chill stream. Not really making anything with like necessarily a plan or anything. Just having some fun tonight, so feel free to chat shit in the chat today, because this is a good stream to do that. I'm fine with that today. Yeah, I just need to go get a haircut, mate. My hair was so fucking long. I'm not sure if I remember that one. Not sure if I remember that one, honestly. Don't like this thing, but let's just... Let's just cut this for now. Let's just quickly record this real quick. Just do this. Which one? 19. Oh. I want to solo this one. I know, we can stop it, but we can do this. Paste it back in again, and then it should be stopped. Let's do that again. Like I really need like some vibes today, otherwise we're not gonna get anywhere. So let's make some. I want to record a nice long one so that I don't have to do any sort of like editing to it and splice it together. Just make it like at least this length. A little bit more because we start a little bit late, but there we go. Something like that. So for that pack that I've been making as well, like for a lot of the sounds, I've also been utilizing a lot of Ableton's warp modes. So like the Complex Pro mode in particular, like I never really used this envelope thing, honestly, this thing. I only really use this thing mostly, but I recently started using this thing as well when I pitch sounds, and it actually can make quite a bit of a difference. So if we, for instance, go down an octave on this sound, now we get this, which might want to filter it as well. Probably add some more stuff to it later, but like if you... Right, that's just how it normally works. But when we bring this down, it can kind of... I don't know, it sometimes sounds better in some instances. I never really understood what this thing does, but let's see. Influences the spectral characteristics of the sample. Try lower values when using very high-pitched samples and higher values when using low-pitched material. Okay, well, I was using low sounds and having it on a low value, and it also sounded cool, but I found sometimes, especially when you can hear some of the high end, it can get pretty nice with... So, let's see, what was it again? Yeah, so it kind of retains some more high end in a way, but not on this sound. I'm not sure why it doesn't work. I know. Kind of hear it already. This is like the default value. Then it sounds more like, I don't know, sounds slightly different. Anyways, let's just start making some atmosphere and some stuff. What do we need to start here? Probably an impact to get us started with that. Let's search for impact. On a bit. Cymatics impacts. That's where we end up. Doesn't really matter, we just need one that sounds a bit... Well, let's just make one from our kick. So that it sounds like the kick that we have. Why not? Let's duplicate the kick channel. Because, I mean, we could also just make one, of course. Chuck it in here. Because that kick sounded kind of cool with the bass, so let's just use that. Pretty dirty kick, honestly, but might be cool. So I usually use the hybrid reverb for these kind of sounds. Kind of works. If you grab the hybrid reverb and just chuck it here. And we're only going to use the... Well, I think we're only going to use the convolution part, but set that to convolution. And then we need to make sure that we take that off, because this is a low frequency sound. So by default it sounds really shit, like that. Let's go probably somewhere here in the bigger spaces or halls. Maybe bigger spaces would be cool. Now it's gonna be really wide, right? Seems to reduce upper harmonics in the formants or something. Yeah, it really depends on the sound as well. Like, it really depends on the sound. And I guess it would probably be easier to hear if we just grab one of the sounds that I made for that pack. Like if we just grab, let's see. We have something with some... Yeah, I guess that has some more stuff in it. Or maybe I should just grab the whole mix one. That might be easier to hear what it's actually changing. So I'm just gonna pitch it a little bit. Sometimes you also get weird harmonics that actually almost sound like an extra sort of like note in the underlying chords, which is kind of interesting. Not sure if it does anything when the formants is all the way down, though. That sounds kind of similar. But as soon as you bring this up a little, it starts doing something. I guess when we go up instead, then it's also gonna do big difference. Obviously, when we go up, it usually sounds worse because it has to sort of like create extra little pieces, versus when you go down, it just has to shrink everything close together, which is a little bit easier, I guess. Usually that starts sounding a bit more robotic, right? Oh, nasty resonances on zero, on all the way down. But yeah, sometimes it can really do some cool stuff. Slapping infiltrator presets on things always comes up with random vibes. Yeah, I know. We might do that in a bit. Let's finish our impact sound because it's a bit shit at the moment. It's really wide, which is not really usable for an impact. Let's just make that mono. I mean, we could have a little bit of stereo in there. What the hell of it. Dude, that impact is garbage. Now, sometimes having the size a little bit bigger can be nice. Then it also, on this particular impulse, gets really big, so it already is pretty fine when it's at 100. Although I wished we had it lower though, so let's grab a different one. Let's go maybe that one and then make it a little bit bigger. Nice. Guess we'll just do that. That. Maybe a bit big for that hat. Let's just add a small hat thing. Or we can just grab this one and make it small. Guess that works. Fucking shitty sound. Let's make some stuff on top for you. Should we grab this one? Why not? Let's do. Let's grab that one. Sure, we'll just do that. Or do we have some sustains that might be? Sure. Can we curve this or not? I guess not. Okay, doesn't matter. A bit quiet, but we're gonna fix that. First, we need some. Why did that not loop properly? Oh, because this is quite long. Probably the same here, yeah. That. For now. Yeah, probably. But I probably should make a bit of a vibe first that we can base the whole thing off of. Before I start adding details, you know? Let's make this one a little bit louder. Wait. Just grab a bass now. let's go back to here. Something low. Guess bass trombones, or what is lower? That low? I guess that's low. It's called bass, right? Alright. Might want to grab something else. But let's see. So wider. Grab the same reverb. And let's that reverb is 100% wet probably. And instead I might just grab some strings. We have some low strings too. Yeah, grab that. What's that doing again? Okay. Maybe we'll do a different pattern. Okay, that sounds like shit. And this layer might also be a bit much. Let's make it quiet. There we go. We're gonna go with something else. We're gonna move here. We're gonna do something else. We're gonna use some synth. Just fuck this. Let's go and do some of... I did this in previous streams as well, but it kind of works to create some interesting things, so let's just do that. Let's do this. Let's make a really quick... again, let's filter. That move a little bit. Oh yeah, we need to make sure it triggers. Let's just make some stuff. Probably gonna change the notes, but just so that we can get started with the processing a bit. We want to have some reverb for sure, just so that we sound bigger. That here maybe. Then we'll use that. Modulate this. A little bit. Let's not do that with the key. Let's assign the velocity. So then we can use the velocity to control the amount of the filter. Cool, let's just add macro to here. Sure. So let's see if we can find a cool progression, because this one I have already used quite a bit. You hear plug melody in there? Yeah, I want to get something that sounds a bit more interesting. Let's see. So what if we do something with F sharp, which is the 5th of the key. Or maybe not F sharp, because that's that wants to lead into B, but that would be minor. Let's see. be cool in the key of B minor. Starting on G. We could also use the harmonic minor. Let's see, that would be. Wait. What am I hearing here? That? That? Kinda cool. This reminds me of something. Make it bigger. That's where this device is really gonna do a lot. Let's just group this real quick and put that on the group. It's too much now, but down. Then a different note here. Not that, come on. Just that, I think. Yeah. That's what I'm hearing. See if we can do something with it. Oh, didn't want to do that. Still okay, but... I'm kind of hearing that in the high note, so what does this then? And go. Kind of works. We need something to mess this up. Guess Portal? Let's do it after the reverb. That already sounds cool. Should probably add more layers, by the way. Put the portal on the group. And you know what? Let's put that reverb on the group as well. Let's just add some extra things. Let's do contact. Some kind of a brass or horns kind of sound. Something short, probably. What do we do now? We're doing B, F sharp. Okay. With that. don't you just properly... That's annoying. Why don't you just properly do that? Go back to the position we're at. That's fucked. Why is it doing that? Can you just not do that? That would be great. Yeah, weird why it does that. Not sure why. Okay. Weird. Does sound kind of nice with this moving a bit, but... Whoa. Let's sync you. Let's not do any movement. Okay. Oh yeah, because it's set to 1, of course. I'm like, why does the speed change when I do that? That's kind of cool. Ooh. That's sick. Almost fucking killed myself. Damn it. Don't waterboard yourself with fucking Coca-Cola. That's not good. I threw it down the wrong hatch. I've got tears in my eyes. Holy shit. But it sounds cool. Ah, that's better. I'm sort of like thinking what kind of rhythm. There's a couple of ones that could be cool. But I guess the 8-note one kind of sounded really interesting. Because we get that little, like on the first one, we get that little gap. Sounds kind of cool. It doesn't really happen on the second one, but it happens on the first one, which is kind of nice. So remember, we still have this thing as well, so let's just go and add some notes. Let's add these back in. Great, let's not add those back in. We, for instance, could go there. Let's just leave it at what it was, because it sounds cool. I don't want to fuck it up. Probably should record it. By the way, what does it sound like a mono? Oh, okay. So relatively okay. Add another layer. See what we can do another contact probably. I'll just add one of these. That one. Make this maybe a little longer. Need to figure out where it needs to be for it to come in here. Because we're stretching it in Portal. Right? Because we're not hearing this one, I think. Like, we're not even hearing that one, I think. See? So we're just hearing these chords, so let's remove these as well, because otherwise we're just going to make it harder for ourselves. So we're only hearing these two, so I'm kind of hearing another one coming in here, a different one. So we're going to just do that. Let's just go down to E. Sure, we can go back to G for now. That should work fine. Loop you. That. Hard to hear with this port on, but if we turn it off, you kind of hear. Still. Yeah, kind of. I guess so. Which library is the first contact from? This one. That is from Bitfire Symphonic Brass. Works. God damn it. Grab my drums real quick. Completely. I'm thinking we can make it work with that. I think we can. Like, I'm not too convinced on the pattern yet, exactly here. On the chords, I mean. That first part is nice, but... instinct, but Where's the distortion coming from? Oh, here. Okay. Back that down. Because this kind of sounded cool, this part. So we need to figure out a nice thing underneath there, I guess. Because that kind of sounded cool. But the first two kind of work. It's just this section that I'm not happy with. That kind of works. Yeah, we probably do want to have that here. No, I don't think we need the third note in here. That's going to be a bit too much. Or I guess we already have them right here. Right, so we got D and D. And then this note is playing in F sharp. So that's already playing 3 notes that create D minor chord. Right? And then here they're playing sort of like the same note, I guess. That's a B, and this is D as well. But that's fine. It sounds cool. I'm not even sure if we hear all of these, but I don't think we do. That could also be fun. Because they get a little bit of a dotted select timing. But it's quite messy to begin with. So it might be easier to have that on 8s. Because then the pattern is a little bit less crazy. Happens if you slow it down even more. That's a bit weird. It's really because we're bringing this up that we get this sound now. What was it again that we're playing now? Yeah, so we're playing B here. But I mean, I guess we're be smart to just this is kind of the progression that we're playing. This, there, there. Here first, but we could also. Oh, that sounds weird. What does this thing sound like in different keys? Let's try that out. Let's check what we get in different keys. This is kind of cool, but what if we go... That would be D minor. Okay, so we can remove a whole bunch of these notes because we're not hearing them anyway. All these notes, we're not hearing. Those are all quiet, basically, because now the pattern should still be the same. Yeah. Let's just do that. Do we have a Reese? I think I removed the Reese, but we have this thing. we need a breeze real quick, because this is or it could work, but it's just gonna be annoying. Let me open up breeze. There is a breeze. Oh yeah, we're in D now, of course. See what we get in D. I'm also kind of hearing this now. But then this one needs to be slightly different. Not sure what kind of bass we can do underneath this. Would be G minor. Also kind of nice. But let's go back to B minor. Let's see if we can add some extra things now. Because we removed some of the notes, so... if we add like... something right here, maybe. Interesting. Okay, why not? If I like these extra notes. Yeah, I think we don't want to have such a big chord progression, actually. I don't like the progression thing. I like the sound, but not the progression. What can we make of it instead of this? Somebody know a cool progression that we can do? Maybe I have one. Let's see. Maybe I got one. It's a bit lo-fi. The first few are a bit more jazzy ones, I think. Yo, play the chord. should probably just grab a piano as well. That's probably gonna make it sound a lot nicer. I mean, that's kind of in the same key. Just using the dominant 5 chord. Right? This is also B minor. Technically. I think. That's kind of a cool progression. Kind of like that one. So that starts on the dominant 5 chord. I think that's also the same progression as what is the track again? Supersonic by Skrillex and what was it again? The other ones. I think that's also the same progression. But I think they are in minor. Guess not. Guess that is also B. We could maybe try that. It's a cool progression. See what the other ones. This. Jesus Christ. That's a bit of a weird one. That is in. Now it's in B minor. But I guess D sharp Phrygian, I guess. Very similar to this one. See? Same kind of deal. I do like this one a lot, so we might use that one. You know what? Let's just use this one. Why not? That one kind of sounds cool. So can we make this thing follow that progression? I mean, we should be able to. Let's just make a copy. And let's just check real quick. So we have F sharp, G, and then E. And what if we just that, then I'm gonna go just here, then go there, just that one on B, then use that other one to add the other note. So F sharp, that would be an F sharp major, so we want to have A sharp here. That would be G, so we want to have a B for sure. That makes it major. We already have a B, but let's just leave that one. And this would be E, so we could leave that, or we could put that up so it becomes a G, so we get E minor. E minor 7th. Sure. Let's try that. Okay, close. That one doesn't have to be there, I think. I have an idea. We're gonna fill out that gap. You know what? Let me, because I don't want to lose that thing. Let's just can we? Guess we should do this. Can we just drag this whole entire group in here? Drag it into. We can. Nice. So melody chord thing. Never gonna find that again, but hey. At least we have a copy of it. So I want to go in here in Portal and Portal. So this re-triggers every 2 bars. So what if we make a shape that is not doing that, and then we want that to. When does that need to change? This is 4 bars? Yeah, 4 bars. Okay, so we want this to be 4 bars, or 8 bars, I guess. 8. And then we're gonna put you down here. Just that. And then we want to have a point in the middle here, I guess. That, make it square wave, basically. And then we're gonna map this onto the retrigger. And then we just need to tweak it so that it goes to 4 bars on the second half. So that, yeah, it's now on 4 bars. And it goes back to 2 right there. So then we should be able to hear this whole thing fill up. So it doesn't cut off there. I know we got a bit of a gap there now, but that's actually good because we can add some other stuff there. now let's see if we can make this last one sound better. This one. So I'm here. That. Is that what I'm hearing, I think? Or we could put you down and put you on D. I also want to have something. Let's grab a bit of reverb. I know this is already pretty wet, but bear with me. Pretty long. Guess we can put it on Palace. Drop that down. Gonna automate that right here. That's a bit much. You know what? It might be better. Oh wait, we can of course go in here and use the low cut. Might be good. Actually, let's just do that. I'm gonna leave this at 100. To group this, we're going to create another chain. Then we will grab a utility. We'll map this gain to a macro. Just go to macro 1. Then we need to make sure that the range is set to 0 here. Go from negative infinity to 0. And then we can automate this. So we want it to happen, so somewhere around here. So Convex, you were asking how to make something like this. Well, I can turn the processing off and then you can hear really easily. Just do this. Just turn... I guess we can just group all of this in a rack. And easily turn it off and on. So, in this group, what we have is just 2 layers. We've got this thing. Just a saw wave plug. As you can see. Oh yeah, we have the velocity as well. That's something good to play with on the high notes so that they sound a bit, you know, a bit smoother. But we have that. And then we have another sound here that is just some horn kind of sound. And then together, of course, sounds just like that. It's not really that crazy. And then we are doing some processing. So we start with some reverb. Make it all a bit bigger. And then the big thing, Portal. So Portal, the patch isn't even that crazy that we did. We just set this to 2 so that it like creates 2 pieces every time that are playing at once. And then we've set the speed to 1/8, and then we've brought the offset up all the way. And what other thing did I do? Oh yeah, the size is at 1.5, and then we have a speed on the stretch of basically a half. So it's sort of like stretching the sound. So if we have it here, it's just gonna play like that, and then right, that's what it would normally do. Just with this at 1/8. Then I first brought this down so it starts stretching it. See? And then I brought this offset up, and then I suddenly got this thing. And I was like, that's kind of cool. Creates like a cool little bounce, cool little rhythm. And then this thing only is there just to make sure that in the second half here, because there's no second thing here, that it keeps playing. And then we have some OTT, some distortion, thermal, just a default patch actually, a little bit of high pass, and then we got a reverb. Okay, I have an idea. So that one wants to go here, I think. Then this one could maybe be a D. So it's getting a bit more screechy up there. Kinda cool. Ooh! Yeah! Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah! That's fucking sick. I was looking for like a nice pattern that made me go like, oh yeah, that's cool. And the screechy part definitely works for drum and bass, but I would leave it up until like when we're getting to maybe to the drop section. That would be a good thing to use there as like a bit of variation. But I was looking for something that had a bit more, you know, that wasn't just a standard sort of like cheesy chord progression. This sounds fucking good. This has like, I don't know how to describe it. What is a good word for it? I could even try putting this here, and then see what we get if we do that. Okay, no, that's fucked. We just keep it like this. Oh, that's so fucking nice. Yeah, now we got something. We're now a completely different progression, but it's fine. We found a cool little thing. Wait. Wait, are you playing one note? You're definitely playing one note. Your range is not that big. Oh, we're too low. Okay. Makes sense. When we're gonna talk about sound quality, it doesn't matter a single goddamn shit which DAW you're using. There's no difference in sound quality between DAWs. They all sound the same. The only difference is in how sort of like maybe the algorithms of the stretching will sound or stuff like that, or when the sound is pitched. You know, like sometimes people would be like, it's the same when you pitch in every DAW. That's not necessarily the case. Like when you pitch a sound up and down, your DAW does interpolation. Basically, it has to calculate, you know, what the sample sounds like at a higher pitch. So it does some interpolation to get it to sound as good as possible. And there can be slight, tiny differences between DAWs, but those differences are so minimal that in a final mix, it's not gonna matter any single thing. And the biggest sort of like difference in sound that you would get from a DAW as a producer is probably due to the workflow. And that's probably a lot more important. You know, it's all about like which workflow works for you. And if you can find the workflow that works for you, then obviously I guess that would improve the stuff that you make. And as opposed to a DAW that doesn't really suit you in terms of workflow, right? So there can be something. I think it's, you know, it's it's such a deep rabbit hole as well. There's this whole well, there's a ton of these communities on online basically, where most of the time on like audio forums and stuff like that, every once in a while there will be a post of somebody that absolutely swears that, you know, there is a sound quality between dolls. And usually the argument is that Ableton sounds plasticky. That's most of the time the argument that I see. It's that Ableton sounds plasticky and therefore a professional mixing engineer would never use it. That's the argument I see like at least once a month. That is where you drop the Dan Worrell link. Yeah, exactly. It's there's no sound difference between dolls. If you take the exact same processes, so if you like take the exact same synthesizers, so don't use stock effects or stock synths because those are obviously different between the different pieces of software. But like use a serum, generate a saw wave bass, and have that same bass in multiple dolls, and then process them with the same third-party effects so that you are not relying on the stock effects, but that you can know 100% sure that the effects and the instruments are the same, play the same notes, and you will be able to do a null test, and it will basically cancel out. Because there's no difference. As long as you just have like live instruments playing, there's no difference. But as soon as you start bouncing things to audio and start pitching that audio around, that is where you might start hearing a few differences. Or if you start stretching the audio. Like, stretching the audio in Ableton is not necessarily going to sound the same as stretching the audio in FL Studio, right? That's where they will definitely sound different. But as long as you just have, you know, your live instruments playing and you have the exact same thing in both dolls, you're using the exact same synths with the same patches, same effects, it's gonna sound the same. And most likely you will be able to cancel it with a null test. The only thing that might be a little bit hard if you're using stuff like reverb that is algorithmic based, right? So that the reverb is kind of random. Every time you bounce that reverb, it's gonna sound slightly different. So if you then try to do a null test, there will always be something left. Which is probably also why some of those tests that people did to prove this whole thing is also kind of why those, you know, are kind of void anyway. But this is such a rabbit hole. It's actually quite funny. There's like a ton of posts on Reddit as well, and like audio forums, and there's like these people doing like crazy long threads about it, and you know, in the end, there's not really much of a difference. I did see a couple of ones where they did like testing and they found out that there were some differences, but basically every single time it comes down to just the test being not good. And just, you know, they'll be like, yeah, I used the Ableton EQ8 and then I did the same boost with the exact same values in the FL Studio Paramedic EQ. But, you know, that is the fact that the values are the same doesn't mean that the actual curve is the exact same. Because it's not the same EQ, right? You're using the Ableton stock EQ and you're using an FL Studio stock EQ. So even though the values might be the same, the curve might be slightly different depending on how the DAW does the curve, right? And that's why a lot of these tests always, you know, are so... You need to take them with a grain of salt. Just use whatever works for you, you know? Use whatever DAW works for you and what sounds... Well, which workflow you like. And I would most of the time also, especially if you're just starting out, pick a DAW where there's a lot of tutorials for. So you're probably going to end up with Ableton or FL Studio, because those are the two big ones for tutorials. Because that'll just be a lot easier to learn when you're just starting out. Okay, let's see if we can make a second part. Probably gonna go there in the second part. Yeah. Oh, that's kind of cool. Going to minor there. The thing is, the reason why a lot of people that make electronic music use Ableton is because the workflow of Ableton is kind of suited very well for electronic music. That's the main reason, probably. And it's also it's really easy to find tutorials for Ableton. So I can imagine people that think like, oh, I want to learn how to make some music. They're looking at YouTube videos and they see everybody using Ableton, so they also get Ableton, right? And I would assume that actually happens quite a lot, because look at Bitwig. Like, Bitwig is kind of the same as Ableton, in a way, in some regards even better. But it doesn't get the same traction as Ableton, because almost nobody making tutorials actively uses it. Like, there's a couple of people, but not that many as with Ableton. I kind of like going to minor for some reason here. So we get an F sharp major here. Then here it becomes minor. We save now. That's kind of what we're getting. And then in the second half it goes here. Could be cool. Not to be that guy, but I've actually had one instance where I had the exact same snare with the exact processing between Bitwig and Ableton, and they sounded slightly different and would cancel. But it wasn't a huge difference, and definitely not one that blah. I mean, the question would be, like, it would all depend on the processing. Like, what did you do? It's really hard to even answer anything or even respond to this, because I don't know what you did, right? I don't know what you did. And the issue with a lot of the tests that people did online, where I saw people that, said things like, oh, I found something that doesn't cancel. 10 out of 10 times, there was something within the process that they did that caused that difference. And after a long thread of people testing stuff out and sort of like trying it as well, eventually they figured that out. So I haven't seen an instance where somebody did the test correctly and got something that didn't cancel out, or at least got something that, was at an audible level. Like, when I say cancel out, like if you get a very tiny little bit that is at like, I don't know, minus 180 decibels or something like that, that's basically canceling out. That's so far below the audible range, you're never gonna hear that. But like, you should be able to get it to cancel. That's the thing. Like, unless there's something within the whole process that you're doing that causes the difference, then you will definitely get something that doesn't cancel out. But it can be due to so many things, It can be due to the export settings as well, for instance. And for instance, like, you might have had the same snare, but for instance, right? Just as a I'm not saying that this is what you did, but just like for instance, if you have a snare in Ableton and you drop it in, I can show you actually. We should probably be able to hear this. Like, if we grab a sample and let's just search for, or let me just grab a snare from the drum pack I'm working on, one that is a bit something with a bit of a resonance, that has a bit of a resonance, or something with some noise. That is also good. Let me search for snare. Get some. Here. One. Or maybe a cymbal. That is probably a good thing. Right cymbal. That's gonna be good. Something with a. Maybe that? Grab that. So. Oh. Just put the note here so that we have that. So if we have this here and we start pitching it, right? So let's say we pitch this up. It starts sounding like that. We will go even more. Starts sounding like that. Now let's give a little test real quick. Duplicate this, and I'm gonna put this into a sampler instead. Because in sampler we can turn the interpolation off. So here we have the interpolation of the sample, which happens when we pitch it. So it should still be at the same plus 12. So I guess now they sound the same. Kind of. Yeah. I guess if we can test if they are the same. So let's do that. And let's set the polarity, I guess. Yeah. That's pure silence. So that works. But now, if we turn this interpolation off, there you go. A ton of stuff is there. So just how the sample is pitched, for instance, can already make a difference. And depending on how the DAW is interpolating that sort of like pitch that you've changed it to. So even if you, for instance, dropped a snare drum into your DAW and set it to +3 semitones, I'm not saying that that's what you did, but that, for instance, could already make the difference because the DAWs might be interpolating that differently. And just like that, there are a ton of differences between DAWs of how they, handle certain things. So even though you set values the same in DAWs, depending on what you're controlling, that might not mean it's actually giving you the same result. And a lot of times you can get things exactly the same, but you might have to set the values slightly different, or stuff like that. The only way to test this properly is to just use things that are not affecting the sound in any way, and basically just take, for instance, a serum, generate a straight saw wave, for instance, or something like that, a very basic waveform. Use a couple of maybe post-processing things on it, but only use third-party plugins so that you can have the exact same settings everywhere, and they should be the same because it's the same device, right? And then export that, and you will see it cancels out perfectly, because then there should not be a difference. And if there's still a difference, then that is probably because of something in the export settings. Yeah, exactly. Panning algorithms, summing algorithms could be different. Heck, it could even be due to how it handles latency, how your latency settings are set up. Like, it could even be due to those kind of things. Some DAWs might be set up in a way where it actually has a little bit of latency in certain things in the audio file, right? That are not properly compensated, and you need to turn a switch off or something. There's so many things that can affect there being a difference. But that's the thing, like, I mean, I've tried it myself quite a few times, actually, when I saw these things first came around, and I tried it myself, and honestly, the only times I was actually getting things that wouldn't cancel out was when I was, doing something that added a tiny difference. But then I was also telling it to do that. I could not get something that wouldn't cancel out if I, took care of doing everything properly so that it was the same in both DAWs. Which is what you should do if you want to test this properly anyway. But that's the thing, it's easy to miss something. Like, even I was getting, well, it took me a little bit of tweaking for it to sort of like cancel, right? At first I got something that might not cancel, but that was due to my own, well, I would say like my own stupidity, because I wasn't aware of the things that I had to, set up correctly so that it was in fact the same between the two DAWs. But it's a fucking rabbit hole, and it's kind of a pointless one as well, because it doesn't really matter. But this interpolation thing is actually quite interesting in Ableton, because if you're pitching samples, it can be fun to play around with. Because listen, like, this is what we would normally get, right? Pitched up, and with no interpolation, it sounds like that. So it does sound different, and it can be fun. Can be fun to just try out. Like, even on best, it sounds different. Very subtly, I think. Let's see if it cancels out. See, now there is a difference. So even, like, those modes are very similar. They sound almost identical, but there is a slight difference. I'm kind of wondering now if there is also a difference if we chuck that same right sample on an audio track. There probably is. Go in browser. Do that. Pitch that up 12. And then we want that one. Okay. I guess because there's a volume difference between them, of course. Is there that much of a difference between them? Really? I mean, the volume is not the same, but... Oh yeah, there. It almost cancelled, but I guess there is a difference as well in terms of sound. It's a little bit hard to get it to maybe if we turn that off. -10. So if we set this to -10. Yeah, there's still quite a difference. So even just having the audio on an audio track and pitching it up 12 is not the same as pitching it up 12 inside of a sampler. Is it the same though as pitching it up 12 here? See? I mean, we should probably turn that filter off as well. And nothing here. Okay, let's try out no interpolation. Okay, different. 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 And different. So this is different than any of the algorithms in here. So pitching it inside here is always going to sound different than pitching it on an audio track. See? Those are just already things that most people don't even know about, and you're like, wait, what? I remember I first figured this out. I was making drums for just for some sample pack drums, and I was making some snares, and I was like pitching things around with like some resonances, and I was like, what? Why does it sound different when I do it on an audio track versus a MIDI thing? How did I do it then? I think I had like something on an audio track, and I converted it to something in a MIDI thing or something like that. And I was like, what? Why does it sound different? They need to be aligned down to the sample, yeah, but they should be. Because they're doing the exact same thing. Like this sample should start at exactly the same point as this one. But you can hear, right? There's still a difference between them. Yeah, true. 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 This is also... I mean, we also have the high quality thing turned on here. Let's turn that off, see what we get then. Hey, silence. Or close to silence. We're getting a tiny little bit. It's still not fully cancelling though, but... So that high quality switch is also doing quite a bit. For some reason. So, what does this sound like without the high quality on? Like, does that even sound different? Like, audibly, that sounds basically the same, right? But you can see that underneath of it, it's definitely different. So yeah, there's so many cool things with audio like that. Can you recommend me one pay worth MIDI for new producers? What? Can you reformulate that question? I don't see why anyone would ever buy MIDI. I mean, MIDI controllers are fun. They're definitely helpful. Yeah, exactly. That was also my point, Convex. There's a lot of things you can miss when doing these tests. There's a lot of things you can miss. And that's also why these threads get gigantic. Because I've seen threads of these people discussing this on like audiophile forums and production forums, and there'll be like discussions of like 30-something pages, and then at the end of it, the general conclusion is that, yeah, it does cancel out as soon as you find out what all the differences between the DAWs actually are. under the hood, which is really hard to figure out when you're not able to look into the code. Even if I would be able to, I wouldn't understand the fucking thing of it, so it would still not make a difference. But people who do, you know, might be able to, but it's like there's so many things you can miss, so many things that you can change that can affect it. MIDI packs, yeah, just don't buy MIDI packs, learn music theory instead. That's my advice. Yeah, that makes sense because they also goes to F sharp. Yeah, exactly, gear slots. Famous forum where there's a lot of those kind of threads. Yeah, but Reddit as well. I've seen the same kind of deal on Reddit. There's been what was it? There was one of these huge posts on, I think it was We Are the Music Makers, which is like a pretty big music production subreddit, and it turned into like a gigantic cesspool of just people just claiming that there's audible differences between dolls and just being like, no, there are, and like I can prove it, and oh my god, it was such a fucking mess. I remember just posting like a tiny little thing in there, just a tiny sentence, and it just turned into this gigantic list of people just responding to it. I was like, yo, what the fuck? I'm out of here, peace. Yeah, exactly. It's a pointless kind of thing anyway. Just make some music instead, you know? Right? What? Okay. Why the fuck did it skip? No idea. I'm thinking, could we do another chord here? I need to probably check that with this thing. So I need to make this the same as what this is doing to properly hear that. Let's just copy that to there. Let's see, so we have C sharp, B, B, okay. Let's make that real quick. C sharp, B, B. And we have F sharp, G, and E. In the bass. We have that. Then here we have A sharp, C sharp. So that goes A sharp, and then I need to look at that because this is stretched, so it goes what was it? C sharp. There. And then we get this D. We get D. But there's also another thing going to A, so we get that. And then goes to F sharp, so then we get that. That's the progression. Now I'm not sure if we have that range on here. Actually, a nice progression. Yeah, cool. And then let's just copy what we have here then. So this then does the same thing. Yeah. And let's just copy this, but there's a slight difference here. So we do A, C sharp. Oh yeah, we make it minor. So we go there. G sharp, D, that's the same. Yeah, and then to G. And same thing. Okay. See if we can. So I'm kind of thinking we can change it here to something else than this. I like the going to minor thing though, but okay, maybe just that. Just having that minor third as the top note. Also go there maybe. Okay. There's also we could also try. Okay, there. That's probably gonna be the same, but then that's probably gonna be there as well. Goes to E. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we probably should do something like that. What if we... Maybe just that. I'm kind of doing something different here though, but... What? That could also work, maybe? Kind of depends what... Would work. What if these two go back to... same as that? Does that sound cool? I mean, that kind of works. That kind of works. So now we just need to copy that into here. So basically have these play that. Which they almost already do. So it's mostly just this pattern that we need to change, I think. So we have F sharp and C sharp. F sharp and C sharp, that's right. And then that. Also the same. So we get A sharp, C sharp, D, A. A sharp, C sharp, D, A. That's already the same. Okay. And F sharp there. Have an F sharp there. Here, E and B. It's already the same. But then this part is not. This wants to go to E. Sharp E. Yeah. Then A. Yeah, like this then. Okay, let's see what that sounds like. And it kind of works. What happens if we chuck you here? Yo. Come on. I was like, maybe that's cool, but no. It's better. Okay. We have a lot of fucking shit here. Let's just put everything down here for now. Let's grab this thing here. So, can we... Yeah, of course we can. We can filter this one. Idea. What if we grab... I mean, we can do that inside serum as well, then we don't have to set something. Like, I was like... I would love it if I could control this with a macro, but we're already controlling it with the velocity. So why don't we just chuck another filter on it? Just put that on there. And then go here. Set this to macro 1 or macro 2. I have Bayer Dynamics DT 880 Pros. So we can make it a bit... I guess this is the filter envelope amount, but... okay, we'll just do that. This is more like the envelope curve or something. Not sure why we get a gap here though, every once in a while. That's kind of weird. Not sure why that's happening. And I'm not hearing the reverb swell now for some reason. Why is that gone? Oh, that's not copied along with it, of course. And just copy that to here. Throw another photo in there, see what happens. It's a bit much. Can make those really low fast. See what happens. Okay, that's not really. Kinda works. Sounds kinda nice with them with those a little bit low fast. Still have the hi-hat, but kinda works, so add. Have a short ladder. I like that section. That, well, that's a good response to this first section. Not sure what we're gonna do with this though, but I do like this sound. What can we add to it? Can I use something from this sound? Let's see. I'm gonna try something out. What if we grab... we just want to have an audio effect rack. And we want to have one chain that's just a dry chain. And here I'm gonna drop an EQ. And I want to have an envelope follower. Don't want to hear that one. Just want to see it. I'm always confused because this goes like that, but but it might just be the skin that I'm using. But I don't know. Let's see if we can find some. Probably gonna be outside of that group because otherwise it's gonna go through the same processing as the or the same granular thing. I mean, we could do that, but I'm not sure if that's gonna work because there's gonna be so much stuff happening there already. Probably want to start adding stuff outside of it as well. I'm not really making drum and bass with this at the moment, but it could be something for a drum and bass tune. So that's all that matters. What should we add? I'm hearing like, what am I hearing? Good question. What should we add to this? Yeah. Go to respace. Yeah, we should probably do one of those. But I kind of want to have a little bit of an extra thing coming in. One moment. I have an idea. I know, it's fine, it's fine. I wanna try something out because I was kind of hearing something, but now I kind of lost it. There needs to be some extra notes coming in. Yeah, right here I'm hearing something. Where is that? What am I hearing? A B. Let's just, yeah, we can't chuck it in here because then it starts running through Portal. And then this is in a different position. So I have an idea. Let's that. No. Strings, yeah, okay. Bye. Let's grab these. We're just gonna group this. Make that a different color so we can actually see what we're working in. Cool. So light group is working with. Reverb on here. And we grab everything. Move that to here. Come on. Am I hearing C sharp? Or F sharp? What is it? It probably... The sound also needs to be different. So we have... Probably a G that we want to have there. But... I mean, we can put it through the same processing, but then we have to put this in a place. Right here. It kind of works. Did all that stuff for nothing because then we can just move everything back. Probably move it in the group. There we go. It does kind of work. I guess we can put this there. Or there. That already kind of worked. Could maybe even delay these a little bit. Like, let me just fucking loop this. But I don't have to do it 4 times. That, be smart. If I put that there, for instance. Yeah, I know, but we're just kind of vibing with this now. Or move this one down. No. This is definitely better, but where are we gonna put it? Okay. Cool. Why not? Yeah, I know. Yeah, kind of works. I need to piss though. I don't really have a long thing for you to play, but I guess you guys just gonna have to listen to this thingy for a bit. I'll be back in just a little bit. I need to leak my bladder. I need to empty my bladder. 1 moment, I'll be back in just a bit. Okay, back. No clue what kind of drop I would do with this, but kind of a weird sound. I was gonna use this for something, but I kind of forgot, so fuck it. Goodbye. Very simple one. You could hear the drop in your head. My ears are also getting a bit fatigued. It's getting later now. I've been at it for a bit. I keep forgetting the progression. Oh yeah. There. Also flashing because there's not quite a bit of low end in that thing, but might be able to get a bit of some. Yeah, still ableton, of course. Okay, so what happens if we just for shits and giggles, with this pattern? Okay, hey, that actually kind of works. Like this pattern could change a little bit, but so like this thing, we can kind of make that work with from a bass pattern. Like just really quickly, but can definitely make that work. I'm not sure if we're gonna need the respace here, but that pattern we can definitely make work. Yeah, definitely works. And we definitely need a respace, but we need to make it so like fit a little bit better with this. But that's mixing stuff, so I'm not gonna work. Can you put the impact on R or that? What? This thing. It's just a kick, but with some reverb. That's just what it is. Okay, let's see, because we're not gonna start like that. We're add bit of that is, okay, we might be able to use that in the drop, so that see this other reese. Okay. That is fine. How are we gonna start this? Bass probably gonna come later. Drums probably as well, but probably gonna start with just this thing. And then probably like a subdued version of it. Happens if we just filter this right at the start here. Probably something like that. Probably also don't need that sub, but I think it's already, yeah, that's handling that, so. That, I'm gonna make that for now. Probably cleaner. Yeah. Don't really like that hat anyway, so do that. Could do that, but keep it simple. Probably also could be good to that. Are we gonna... When are we gonna bring the drums in? Let's see. I don't know how to structure this thing. Weird. Put the drums on. Yeah, I kinda like what it does with the drums. Not sure what to do with the bass though. That's a bit weird. Not sure what to do with that. Keep that off for now. That filtering is also kind of figured it out later, but what happens if we pitch this down octave? Kinda cool. Bit quieter. That gonna work? No. Can always make something with a different sound to hit on the first beat. Don't have to do it in the same sound, of course. So I'm not sure with the bass. I don't like just having that reese there. Just kind of entirely liking that. I think I would do something different with a bass maybe. But what? I do like that. That works. Oh. Ah. Yes. That's what we need. Obviously it needs a layer coming in. This is going somewhere. So what I'm hearing is like just some mid-range coming in on top of it. Let's just that maybe another chain with here's another where are you? Vince there. Minimal audio. Current. Let's make another weird patch. Go in here. Wavetables. Oh yeah, they changed this, so we now need to go here. Shuffle. Drop that in here. Here stuff. Let's see. So let's just do curve. Make a shape like that or something. Then we'll one shot. That should already like do the same thing and that. And get like some weird shit going. Then some of this. And even remove the fundamentals so that we don't even clash with that other layer. Or we can and use make another one. Do we have weird filters in here? Do need something more low pass like that. Let's just that. Randomize. Making sound. What? Right. Also good. I mean, that is pretty nasty. Yeah, it's a really good synth. It's a really good synth. I need to use it more as well. I've been using a lot of phase blend lately. The current is really good. Indeed, the effects section and all of that is really powerful. It's not something we want to have like this, but should probably do this with an envelope. Or, I mean, we have it with no attack, so we can do this as well. That this sync. There we go. And then we can put a macro on the rate here and automate that so that it becomes longer. Then let's see what else. Maybe on this. Get it? Can do that as well. Ooh. What else we have? Weird as fuck. Speaker's kind of nice though. Kind of worked. Like. I mean, it is already on a different layer. God damn it, Ableton, please fix this fucking bug. Now I need to unsolo it again, and then it's gonna do this again. God fucking damn it. I really don't know when that bug got introduced, but oh my god, it's so... But I know what you mean. We could also have it on a separate channel and have like Go Reaper. Like, we're probably not gonna have this sound the entire time though. Like, it's probably gonna come in though. So we're... I know. Like, don't get me wrong, I made my fair share of gabba kicks growing up. It just wasn't the genre for me, mate. I just know. Like, sure, a few hours maybe max at a party, but after like 30 minutes, that music just... Yeah, sorry man, I just need a snare. I can appreciate it though, at times. For sure. I do like to every once in a while, when there's been like a big festival here in the Netherlands. They always make these pretty big like movies of like the end shows and stuff like that. Those are pretty fun to watch. Even though it's not the music I would normally listen to, but those are pretty fun. But it's more just because it's basically just one gigantic fireworks show to a DJ set, basically. But that can be quite fun to watch. Lasers, yeah, exactly. Because without it, it also already sounded cool with what we had. So we can now scroll back, filter it in. get some more phonics coming in. It works. I mean, are we gonna go straight into that? I mean, I guess we could. Peaking fills is a bit much. Might want to have a little bit, but maybe just lower. If we that and bring that in as well, and just I don't know that. I do really like this snare pattern. Even though we haven't really done any work into the snare whatsoever. It's just literally... But I really like this snare pattern. I have considered it, Putney, but I have not started anything. I mean, I have made some patches for it, but that's about it. I've got a couple of other packs I'm working on at the moment, and I don't want to, you know, take on too much stuff at once. I already have way too much stuff at once, so... Tell me something new. But, you know what I mean. Let's make it from something else than a synth. Need some kind of noise thing on here when these drums come in. What are we gonna use? Probably some kind of a cymbal. A cymbal. Let's just sure. Grab that. Gonna make that into a really long and let's just chuck a Valhalla Vintage Verb on it as well, why not? And let's Q on. Cool. Sure. Can we... Jesus, what happened? Or, well, we can do it without that. Let me... gonna take this MIDI. Basically the thing. Same. What if we... That's just a sub basically now. But we're not really gonna listen to that one. What if we... grab this device? And we... what are we gonna use? What should we chuck on this? Try a roar? Might be a bit much, but on noise, but... let's see what we get. Always try it out. Such a cool Max for Life device. Now, what we're hearing is just this symbol, but it actually turned into a bass. We're just moving the bias really quickly back and forth. Let's grab utility. Map this to the gain. And then we're gonna set this to 0 and 50. Now we've basically created volume automation, but listening to these MIDI notes, which are oscillating at the speed of the bass. Kinda weird. Kinda subtle, but... or subtle. The change in notes is kinda subtle, but... what if we chuck some more reverb on it? Make it big. But it does kind of work. And we can also make it go from like maybe 20% to 50, so it doesn't cut out completely. See, so now it becomes a bit more subtle. So 35 to 50 becomes pretty subtle. But you can still clearly hear it. As long as we do it after the reverb. Maybe a bit more is kind of nice though. Can we automate this? We can. Nice. We could start like something like that. Is there actually now a way to render current warp modes in here? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I mean, like most of the people who made the wavetables for current used Serum and other synths for that, so. But it would be cool, I agree. Do that so that it... the little bit of sound that is there is also still being modulated. Pretty subtle anyway, but... yeah, there's so many wavetables in current already. I agree. I've actually started adding some to like my favorites because, yeah, there's so many. But exactly, yeah, the warp modes are pretty good. Pretty nice ones in there. I do think they want to do some kind of a wavetable editor at some point, if I remember correctly, but they want to do it right, which is also why there's no wavetable editor at this point. So I do hope they will at some point do it, but you know, given how everything around the launch, you know, set everything back, I can kind of understand why there's nothing yet like that, but you know, it would be nice to have something like that. But they already did some nice updates, like the new modulation matrix stuff is pretty helpful. Like all that kind of stuff. Quite nice to have. And the way they implement it is actually pretty good. Quite like the way they did that. Not sure why that one is not showing up. Maybe because there's only one thing on it? Wait, what? Huh? Okay, we can see it there as well. Okay, maybe I'm not entirely getting it yet. Why did you show up earlier then? I mean, it's here as well. That thing is pretty helpful. But they've been doing stuff, so yeah. I'm curious to see where they're gonna go with everything. I also saw that they added a change to the mix panel. You can now direct out all the oscillators, which is really nice. That's pretty good. Anyways, it's almost 2 a.m. by the way, and I think I'm gonna stop streaming. I do, for some reason, really like this thingy though. Mix panel is super nice. Also the matrix. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why that matrix doesn't always pop up for me though, or how. Like earlier when I clicked here, something popped up as well. I'm not sure why that is not happening now. But whatever. Kind of an odd one. But yeah, there's so many good wavetables in here, and like a lot of the samples in here are also pretty nice for the wavetable stuff, and they keep adding more stuff, which is really good. So for like the granular synthesis part of it, that's what the samples are really good for. So yeah, definitely a good synth for sure. It's like it's just a completely different sort of like synth compared to like faceplant, right? Where faceplant is like the thing that will basically allow you to do almost anything. It also requires a lot more of a steeper learning curve, and also setting up your patches is just more work, and that's just always going to be the case in faceplant. Like yes, you can make presets for snap heap and all that kind of stuff, but just the nature of the synth itself, it's a lot more modular. It requires a lot more setting up for you to get a patch going, versus a synth where things are already sort of like laid out, right? And current is definitely a good synth in that sort of like category, and it's not like that's an easy category to compete in. There's already so many synths in that category. Like Serum was basically the big one for a really long time, but like there's Pigments, which is really good, right? There's like, well, plenty of other ones. I don't really use a lot. I have Current, I use Serum, and I use Pigments mostly for those kind of things, depending on what I want to do. And there's just certain things in one that I might be easier to do versus another one, but they're all pretty similar. Yeah, phase blend can be fast, but it will. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, of course, but most of the times it is not going to be that much faster than, for instance, a synth where everything has a laid out structure. But that doesn't mean it's a bad synth, right? It's just that's just whatever it is. It's fine. But that's not for everybody, you know, right? Not everybody's gonna like that. That's the most important thing. Like some people are just gonna look at phase blend and just be like, "Yo, no, sorry." I'm just like, how do I get a good sound out of this, right? Where if you have everything where everything is already sort of like laid out in a way where it makes sense, you can just twist some knobs and see what happens. It's a bit easier, right? All synths have their flavor. Yeah, exactly. And also even just like for instance Serum and Vital, for instance, they're so similar, or even Current and Serum in ways are similar. It's just that Current has like things that Serum cannot do, like the granular thing and all that kind of stuff. But if you don't use that, if you just, for instance, use the wavetable stuff, then it's kind of like Serum, right? You just have two oscillators here with some warp modes, and yes, the warp modes are different, and they're definitely a lot more interesting than the ones in Serum, or at least there's more of them. But even then, like, if you have two synths that do similar things, sometimes it's also just nice to just use one over the other for a moment, and because you've been using the other one a lot, and just changing it up a bit, and you'll get different results most of the time. But I've been using a lot of phase blend lately. I've really been liking phase blend. At first I wasn't too sure about the granular part, the granular engine in phase blend, but now I've been using it a lot more, and I've been kind of, well, getting used to it a bit more. Yeah, I like it a lot. At first I was like, I don't know, man. Just the Pigment's granular engine just sounds better when I use it, but I've now been using it a bit more, and I mean, I can get the same kind of things out of phase blend. It just, you need to set it up. You need to just tweak a couple of things, but you can stack multiple granular engines though easily with different samples. That's really nice. Get some pretty crazy sort of like atmospheres, soundscapes with phase blend. I've been doing a couple with phase blend where I just had like a couple of granular engines with like different samples within a particular key, just playing like some improv thing. I think I had a piano and like some other sounds where I just played some melodies and some simple chords and stuff, and I just threw those into a granular synth with just, you know, modulating the position randomly with like some random modulators. And I was getting some pretty weird shit just running that through some long reverbs. I was getting some pretty crazy atmospheres. The only thing I still need for phase blend is the shaper table. I don't have a license for shaper table, and I really want one. That shaper table looks really nice. Yeah, exactly. For me, it took time to like phase blend. I liked it quite a bit already, but it always felt like more like of a bit of a hassle to use over like other synths. But now I've been using it more, and I've really been sort of like seeing like what is all possible with it. It's just been also like one of those synths where I can just sit down for an afternoon and just set up a patch and just tweak things until something really weird happens out of it, you know? Just do the most weirdest shit, but make it really cool. I haven't really used it yet because I don't have it, so I probably should just send them an email again, but I can't be bothered at the moment. I know if they see this, they'll just be like, "Oh, yo, mate, here you go." They're that nice, but get in touch. It is fragile. I mean, it's a distortion, right? So most distortions will at some point, like the same thing with roar in Ableton. Like it's like you have saturated, right? Distortion will sound nice in like small values, but when you start pushing it, a lot of times it will start getting really crazy really fast, right? So I can imagine how Shape a Table does a pretty well. The more complex the shape will get, the more harmonics it's gonna create. So the more you push it and the more complex the shape, the crazier the sound will be. So yeah, I can imagine it can really can really get pretty crazy quickly. Remember the always those sounds with trash when you would with some of the curves you would always get the most crazy weird sounds. Was also one of those similar things. And really depended on the sort of like the curve that you would use. And Shape a Table was kind of just like a wave shaper, right? Just like a wave shaper, but with a curve that you can modulate, which really cool idea. Anyways, I'm gonna call it a night because it's 2 a.m. Yeah, I'll definitely get Shape a Table. I might have it next stream, maybe. I'll see. Anyways, tonight was good though. Tonight was good. We made something fun. We had some fun messing about first, but then eventually we did find something cool, and I actually quite like where this short thing is going. I'm gonna save this because I didn't save this in a while, and I'm definitely gonna come back to this because I like where it's going. I just need to sort of like figure out a bit how I'm gonna introduce this, but I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea. Like just have some other sounds that are like less big than what this thing already sounds like. Just in front of here, just playing something similar to this, but just to introduce a little or something. I don't know. We'll see. But something has to be figured out there. But whatever, I'll do that later. But I really like what this sounds like when that plays together with that bass and that drum pattern, even though the drum pattern is still... I mean, it's alright. Could maybe have a layer on the kick, but... Because kick is a little bit low pass, but... I kind of liked it low pass because without it, it was pretty... I mean, it still kind of works. Maybe I overdid the low pass a little bit as well. Could also just do that a little. But you get what I mean. But I really like it with the drums and that sort of like bass pattern that we have here. That kind of works really well. I'm just gonna figure out what I'm gonna do with the drop though. I have no idea yet. We'll see. Thanks for being here, and check out the links in the chat. Good timing. I'll be in the Discord as well, and I have samples and all kinds of other stuff on Patreon. So if you wanna get some of those, then check out my Patreon. the $1, €1 tier does not give you access to the samples, but the second and the third tier do. There's not really a difference in terms of what you get between the second and the third tier. It's just that the amount is different because some people want to give me more than what the second tier is, so that's why I have 3. It's not that there's like any other perks or something, but there's a lot of samples on there at this moment. The last ones I did were the what was it? The so like filler breaks or whatever I called them. All these sort of like high pass break kind of things. Next one will probably be wavetables. Wavetables or Ableton racks. Either one of the two. I'm not sure yet. Kind of depends which one I feel like finishing first. But both are kind of close. So thanks. I'll be back next week, Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time, or sometimes a little later, but around that time. I'll be in the Discord, like I said, and thanks for watching. See you all in the next one. Peace.